All right, let's see my screen. Let's see if this shows on Discord. Yeah, it shows on Discord. All right, let's move this here. And let's bring up the Ninja Trader. Not the Ninja Trader. Nope, not the right. Is this the one? Yes. All right. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Ivan 510 Medusa? Turn down the music. All right, let's see what's going on today. Let me also open my second monitor for GC. See if there's anything else on GC. GC, let's see. Gosh, GC fell off super hard yesterday. Super hard. Oh my goodness. All right. So let's start off with NQ. I can delete this. This doesn't matter more. Delete that. I can delete that. Let's go to 4 hour first. So 4 hour swept, 4 hour busy, 4 hour breaker, making this a valid 4 hour projection to follow, which would take us all the way to back to where we were in February, roughly, give or take, before we had the massive dumps. So we'll see if that projection stays true. Let's go on the daily. Yo, what's up, Wizzy? Let's go on the daily. Nice. We have a new day opening gap here, which lines up with the busy. So I'll definitely be looking to build that up either today or tomorrow. So once we get above the Trump breaker, then we might return back into this and then continue doing business. Or we might just go up for the rest of the day and then come back into it tomorrow for NFP. We will see. What else do we have on the hourly? On the hourly, we have a breaker there. Where's the sweepable? Breaker there. High, low, high. That's 1 hour sweepable already. And did we get a 15-minute breaker with that? Yes, we did. So we'll be delivering this to 4.5 right here. Okay. What should I call it? Final target for the day. Yeah, sure. We'll do that. Just call it final. Let me save that. All right, so final target for today would be this projection so far. 1 hour sweepable, 15-minute breaker. So it's valid. So that gives me the immediate direction. Now let's go on the 5-minute. I'll zoom back out in a second. I just got to finish this thought before I forget about it. PIZ is there. High, low, high. Swept. And I could have gotten me a banger. I could have gotten me a little banger in London. Oh man, I could have gotten a banger overnight. Let me see. Bam. Sweepable right here. And it got swept in London. Yeah, I could have gotten a banger in London. All right. So anyways, so 5-minute. Right. High, low, high. Yeah. 5-minute sweepable. I gotta zoom in and see if there's a 1-minute projection there. I'm sure there is. Then CIZ on this high. high, low, high. Swap. Oops. Swap. BC, yes. Right here. And was there a busy with this one? No, there's no busy down. And there was a busy with this one as well. Let me add it on the chart. Okay, and then breaker here, sweepable here. Oh, we just swept that actually. I gotta see what's going on. Swept, no breaker. So this is bullet number 1. Here, filled. It's going. Already on its way to 2 standard deviations. Outside candle, yes. IFG, yes. BC, yes. Closing the first time, yes. This is going to 4 standard deviations. This is going right here. Yeah, pretty confident on that. Only thing I don't like is the lack of a busy here on the 5-minute immediately. You might create it here, but yeah, I don't like that it didn't create it immediately right after the sweep. Sweep was here, so 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, too far away for me to really consider this busy high probability. For being a busy, but the 1 minute looks fine. All right, let's go and zoom out to the other areas that we had. So the sweepable, that was an hourly, and it was a 5-minute from over here. Yeah, 5-minute from over there. IFG, yes. Outside candle, yes. Fair value gap, yes. Close on the first time, yes. Yeah, this projection is going on 4 standard deviations as well, which lines up with the new breaker. Exactly same place. So yeah, this is going to deliver. Pretty confident on that. Swapped. This is the continuation after. No outside candle. IFVG, yes. BC, yes. Wick to retrace. This is only going to go to 2 standard deviations, which would line up with 4, 4.5. So it's going to go to 2, 2.5 by default because this lines up with 4. But that's pretty much it on this one. All right. And then last, outside candle, yes. IFVG, yes. BC, yes. Close on the first time. Yes. So that should line up with the 4, 4.5. Yeah, right around. All right, so this one can also go to 4 possibly, but maybe it'll be short of 4. It'll be like 3.5. If this makes it to 4.5, then it'll get the 4 automatically. All right, cool. Unfortunately, we missed this. This is already in play. I could always get into it still, to be honest. So I could still make the order, I guess. Let me see. Where's my fit pool? All right, so I need it to be yo, what's up, Anis? So 2050, and then what's the stop loss? 19983, 19983 to the dot. Wait, what? What is this? I almost risked way more than I wanted to. What's the 5 minutes? So this is not going to be really valid. So let's do this. I'm going to do my order from right here, expecting a retracement. I would have done it like this from the beginning, but I just wasn't here for it, unfortunately. So let's do it from... Man, that would be a crazy order. Let's go from here. 199,250, 199,250. Okay. So we'll go with that. Actually put out 1993 for the micro. All right, we'll go with that. See if it gets filled or if it doesn't. So thoughts behind it is this BISI, although quote unquote is the first BISI after the sweep. It happened a little too long after the sweep. The sweep happened here. The BISI just happened here. It's not very likely to hold. So what I'm thinking is going to happen is if we're going to get a retracement at all, we might not get a retracement at all. Okay? But if we're going to get a retracement at all, it's going to come and possibly take out the low of the BISI, but not the low of the breaker. So it's going to come in this area. Okay. It might hold. That's why I'm putting it here instead of putting it below. But I'm thinking it's going to be around this area and then go up after that if it's going to hold overall. It might not hold. Like this could be a bullet 1 that fails and then bullet 2 comes afterwards. Let's do the rest of the analysis overnight. So we have the CISD here, high, low, high, giving us our sweepable on the 15 that we need to be aware of. And then is there another breaker? Yeah, right here. Giving us this as the next 15-minute sweepable. Yeah, 2 50-minute sweepables right below it. Definitely puts my trade at jeopardy. Oh, I forgot to start recording. All right, started recording now. All right, cool. So I think that's the idea. Let's go back out to the higher time frames real quick, just so I make sure don't forget anything else. That's still the draw. Got to put a notification on that. I'll let Mr. Trump. Okay. If our looks the same, there's really no other way to look at it for me. I feel like as far as it goes right now, I don't think there's any other way for me to look at it. I mean, breaker to the downside here, but then where's the sweepable? There's no sweepable to literally right here. So, I mean, I guess if that holds, that could take us down lower. And then the sweepable becomes liquidity for then the reversal, because the sweepable will be next to the breaker. But yeah, I'm willing to bank that this is going to deliver. What's the news today? I know we have unemployment at 8:30. Is there anything else for the US today? Does anybody know? Unemployment is at 8:30, I think. I want to say it's at 8:30. Mark it out as news. Then mark out 9:30 open. 10 a.m. Okay. So 10 a.m. Okay. Lots of stuff coming up. With 2 news ahead of time. That definitely puts a little bit of oh, I guess it's fine, but I have to consider that we could either move sideways until the news come, or this low is going to get swept before the next run happens. Hey, what's up, Neil? Great content. Appreciate that. Hey, what's up, Lucian? Oh, it's coming. It's coming quick. Yeah, it's coming quick. Back to 1 minute real quick. Give it a little kiss. Give it a little love tap. Tap me in, and then turn around and go up higher. Come on, NQ. Make sure it's showing up on the stream. That is. All right. I changed my order. I'm actually very sure this is gonna get swept here. And if it is gonna go, then this is gonna hold right here. Which is only 20 ticks. I mean, that would be a crazy stop for this move. But that also makes me think it would just stop the whole thing out and then gonna go. Decisions. What do I do? What do I do? Micro didn't tap me in. MNQ didn't tap me in. NQ did. Oh, don't tell me it's gonna do me dirty like that. All right, we're in. And if it gets stopped out, that's okay. Oh, we're in a baby. Oops. I didn't mean to put my TP here. Where's my TP supposed to go? 2070. 2070. Oh, this is 6.9. We likely get stopped out on this. I mean, highly doubt he holds, but it's the only shot I wanted to take because I was very sure this was gonna get swept here, this candle. So it would be better for me to take the shot from here and have a really high risk to reward than to take it from up here, knowing that it was gonna come down here. Like I knew for a fact this candle was gonna get swept, but I was playing the probabilities of this not getting swept. So that's candle number one. I mean, that's bullet number one. We got one more bullet, which is gonna be bullet number two. Where is bullet number two? All right, so this sweep means bullet number two. So we got one more long try. If that long try doesn't work out, then we'll be done for the day. What did you decide to buy there and not at the top of the breaker? It's an A plus. Yeah, it's an A plus, Lucian. But this is the opening of the hour, right? 7 o'clock. And I was very sure that we were gonna get under 7 o'clock. Also, as far as like the A plus and all that good stuff, like that's only valid, like that grading matters as long as the rest of the chart on the higher time frame lines up. So we have a 15-minute sweepable below. We have another 15-minute sweepable below. We have news coming up. So as I said before I even got into the trade, we could just do this on news and then news will do whatever it's going to do. Or we could go lower to then prepare the news to expand this higher. So, and I'm not surprised when I get taken out on that first bullet. I'm not shocked at all. Is that an up candle? No, that's a doji. This is not an up candle. I know it looks blue, but if you zoom in, the actual value is the same when it opened and it stopped, making it basically a neutral candle. So all of this is red. There's no breaker if this closes above here. Yo, what's up, Anthony? Well, this breaker could actually hold. I didn't realize that. Did not realize. Well, actually. I can eliminate this. Yeah, I did not realize that this breaker was right here. I was focused on structure here. Forgot about this. I should have played this one, not this one. Oh well. Uh, so remember I said I should have taken this, and price obviously went up, and now it's back inside of it, right? There's another opportunity to take it. But why am I not taking it? Reason why I'm not taking it is because I already failed my attempt at buying from this area one time. Now, if this one holds and goes, then I would miss, unfortunately, the opportunity of being in a profitable trade, which is, you know, it sucks, right? But at the same time, again, higher time frame sweepables are this low, this low. So the fact that this area is still a danger zone doesn't change. And I'm not going to use my 2 bullets on the day on one that I shouldn't have, and then the second one that I should have, but I did the one that I shouldn't have first. So it jeopardizes this area to begin with. If I was in this trade originally to begin with, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So I am not going to take another trade out of the same area that I just took a trade from, because it will prevent me from taking extra unnecessary losses. That will happen. Will I miss some trades like that sometimes? Yeah. Does it suck? Yeah. So what do I need to do? I need to do better. I should have done the original trade from the right place to begin with. So that's just what happens with experience. I mean, you just get used to that kind of thing, and you learn and you realize where you mess up on. Hopefully that all made sense to you guys. Oh man, GC had a trade. I didn't realize. I just finished analyzing it. He had a short. Let's see if that CISD gets confirmed. This will be bullet 2, bullet 1, bullet 2 right here. If it gets confirmed on top. If it does, I wouldn't be able to take that. At least I don't think, because it's like super thick, right? I mean, it's not the thickest thing, but yeah, I would want to get a discount on that for sure. Now, what's the difference between taking this than taking a retest of this? The difference is when I'm taking this as a second bullet off the 5 minute instead of taking it just as a 1 minute. I would still want this to get ran, to be very honest, before I want to get involved long. Just personally. With 8:30 and news coming up, I'll stay flat till after 8:30. Simply because I don't want to be part of the news event. Like, unless I'm positioned really well before news, I'm just not going to be part of it. Can you show the 5 minute and how you got this second sweepable? I can't see it. CI is this here, breaker. High, low, high, sweepable, first time. He created a breaker here. He failed it. So this is the second sweepable. Meaning the low that failed is the second sweepable. Because it already swept it. And now this new CI is coming. Yeah, nothing to do. We're just waiting. 8:30 coming up soon. That's the very this key level for continuation. We jumping for hours. Yeah, it's probably not gonna happen till news. Oh, I forgot to put my buys on the bottom today. Let me do that real quick. All right, all right. Yeah, I appreciate all the likes. I got 12 likes already. Thanks, everybody. We haven't done anything, but we got 12 likes. Thanks, folks. All right, breakfast is here. I think everyone needs to go to your YouTube stream that's in here, at least hit a like on it. If we get more views so the algo starts to pick up your streams. I'll let it play back on. Well, I appreciate that 510. I I agree with your statement. It would help out. But I know not everybody wants to have like a separate window. So that's why I double stream from both communities. Oh, it'd be so wild if they leave the Trump high for later and take out the equal yesterday and run it, but doubtful. He would have been surprised. Yeah, I don't know if they will leave that. I mean, that would be crazy. That would definitely be absolutely crazy. I guess it's definitely a possibility, but yeah, I would imagine they don't. If they do, like, that's just foul. Okay, there goes the news. Let's see. So we ran that low. We ran that low. But does it make it to 2 standard? This didn't even make it to 2 standard deviations. See? I would have gotten smacked for that. All right. So we ran that. This is still in play, I guess. We'll wait till right around 8:50 to try to get involved. Let's just do this. Macro. After that, we'll reassess and see what happens. This can turn around to a nice 15-minute breaker. Not saying anything about this. If it does, I would still be seeing it as an opportunity to buy, unless it's like plainly obvious that it's not. For example, like yesterday, like I pivot into a sell. And I got my sell, and then it just went up for the rest of the day, right? So You know, it could definitely give an opportunity to sell if it does. I'm not against it. For how we're busy in standard deviations. Yeah, personally, that busy right here, I would like for us to trade back into it. It's also the new day opening gap, so it definitely would be nice to get up in there. But I would imagine we would run up the high first. But I guess he doesn't have to. I guess he can come down first to then run up the high and just continue bullish afterwards with no holdbacks. It could definitely do that. That's what you're looking for, down and up. Yeah, I mean, it could definitely do that, honestly. All right, so this was bullet 2, but this was bullet 2 of this breaker. Now this breaker got taken, therefore this is no longer bullet 2, and this 15-minute is also not valid anymore. So let's delete that. We can delete. Let's see what can we do. Yes, that's it. I think that's all we can delete. So this would be bullet 1 of the 1 minute if it was to form a breaker to the upside, which there's none it can do, right? Yeah, there's nothing till the very high. So yeah, I'm thinking it does go down for a little bit of time. At least that would make a lot of sense. I'm watching the reaction on new week opening gap fib levels. I mean, new week opening gaps are good. I don't measure them, but I mean, it's definitely an area that lines up, very often with stuff. So it's 100% valid. I already have a lot on my screen with all my sweepables, so there's no way I'm adding anymore. Plus, everything I see on the chart with my sweepables lines up with everything else, so that's why I don't really feel the need to have it. There's like barely ever been a trade in the last 4 or 5 months that I'm like, oh yeah, that was a new week opening gap. I missed that. Like, it just doesn't happen. I have 3 monitors, so I can definitely do it. It's just, again, it doesn't help me. Like I'm not like, oh my gosh, that's the trade. I used to use them a lot last year though. Last year I would mark, I would have the indicator on for them, and I would keep them up to 4 weeks. New week opening gaps up to 4 weeks, and then day opening gaps 5 days. But yeah, ever since I just honed down on my model and I made all the rules, I just realized I don't need them. That's why you don't see me marking, for example, session liquidity. Like that, you don't see me marking New York high or low or whatever. It's not that I'm not aware that they exist and that they're there on the chart. It's more so that they don't really affect my way of viewing the chart because my model tells me everything I need to know. And the sweepables on the higher time frames are usually lined up with session liquidity and so on. So that's why I never really need to view it any other way. To see us straight down to the 4-hour BC, consequent coverage, and take the 1-hour second bullet to go higher. We'll keep my eye on these 15-minute sweepables higher till then. Yeah, I could definitely see that, Wheezy. Second bullet for the 1 hour, but it's actually just the 4-hour BC. I can definitely see that. I don't know that we would get down to the consequent encouragement of the 4-hour, to be honest, but yeah. Unless we do a crazy drop today and then we go sky high like yesterday. I mean, if the same thing that happened yesterday repeats today, then yeah, but it's the day before NFP, so I would imagine we're not going to do that. I would imagine we're going to be fairly tamed for the day just to make sure that everything is set up for tomorrow. Could be wrong about that, obviously, but that's what I would imagine. Some absorption. Yeah, facts. What is some what else was it? Delta? Was it Delta, I think? Yeah. Yeah, Wizzy, when are you getting back into evals or trying or going for your next eva? How many packs? 50K at the moment, sitting at 1600, so halfway past. Okay, nice. Okay, so you already jumped back in. You just did an 8-pack, so it's cheaper on the eval cost. Then I might as well go into deep and then try it back and learn as I go. I mean, it's the same thing. Honestly, it's the same thing. I will say, like, I've been afraid of going back to Apex for a long time, because you know, like the trailing drawdown, honestly, has been a mental struggle for me. Where like when it starts trailing behind you and you're getting closer and closer, I mean, it feels super daunting to me. At least it feels extremely daunting. Like I'll be up 1500 on the account or whatever it is. The next day I'll take a trade. It'll be up 500 for today, goes back to break even or loses, and now I'm actually down $700 or some change on just one trade. So it's like, to me, that feels really daunting. But as of recently, I've realized I don't even need to risk 10% on the account and I can still make extremely good progress. And the trailing drawdown is really not a big deal when you have a high win rate with high risk to reward. Like it's truly not a big deal. It felt like a big deal to me for a long time, but it's really not. I think it's the lack of confidence that I had in terms of over leveraging, and also the fears from last year, where I just had such fears that if I'd scaled up, I would start doing stupid stuff. But yeah, it was just a fear, honestly. That's really all it was. Like, is it harder? Yeah, of course it's actually harder. Like, that's obvious. That's the elephant in the room. But is it like that much harder to where it's not worth it? No, it's not that much harder to where it's not worth it. I will say though, I think everybody should start off with a different firm. I think Apex sounds really cool because everybody wants to get max allocation with them and get a $2 million payout and whatever. But as far as actually making money with a prop firm, I made a video. I just never uploaded because I don't know if people actually wanted to watch it. But it was what I would do if I had to start all over again with props. And number one is MFFAU, because they have the cheapest, best program for the trader who is profitable, is consistent, and doesn't have a lot of cash up front. Like I've been using them for literally months, and quite literally they're the only reason why, like, I was even able to get funded accounts last year for a long time. And then this year, like, they're still my top firm no matter what. I still buy accounts with them religiously whenever I blow a funded. So what I'll do is I'll flip them, get paid, flip it. Because I don't actually have to flip the my funded futures account. I just don't. All I have to do, get it paid, recover it, Get it paid, recover, get it paid, recover it, and take it all the way to live funding. So that's what I'm working on right now. So I can just stop going through that cycle of blowing them. To then get more. I just thought that I was more efficient, but it's actually not. I did the math and I'm like, dude, I actually have been leaving so much money on the table without realizing I was leaving money on the table. But yeah, so I think they're my top. Top Step is really good. If you don't care about copy trading anybody else, Top Step is good because they do pay, and their cash program it's not bad. Honestly, it's really not. But if I had to choose, I would do MFFAU. After I get max allocation with MFFAU, then I would go to Tradeify. Tradeify's program is, in my opinion, really good. The growth program, nothing else, just the growth program. The growth program is basically no different than a regular MFFAU starter account. The only difference is, of course, you have less drawdown to work with. Instead of 2,500, you have 2,000. But the target is the same. The amount of contracts is the same. The cost is the same right now. It's $97 for with their 30% off that they have right now. The payments are now starting May are gonna be anytime you just qualify for it. It is 10 days that you have to trade it for, and you have to have 5 profitable days. But that's not different than MFFAU, really. MFFAU, you have to have 5 profitable days, and you can get the payout every week if you wanted to. But like realistically, you're not gonna have 5 profitable days back to back to back every month, every week. You're gonna have down days. I mean, it's just part of it. So it really averages out to a payment every 2 weeks to maybe 1 week and a half for the most part. So I mean, yeah, as far as payments is pretty much the same. Now the difference on the Tradeify is the fact that I gave up on Apex and focus on FVG. Yeah, Takita. I mean, Apex is for the trader, like for example Tenny, right, where he's maxed with everybody else, and now he just needs to get the fattest payout possible. Like that makes sense for him to do Apex. But for everybody else, like it literally just doesn't make sense. There's no price advantage. I know that their evals are super cheap, but there's no price advantage. Because yeah, their evals are cheap as hell, but their activation fee is still fairly high. So unless you're doing a 300k or a 250k, the price is just not worth it. Also, if you're doing a 250k or 300k, that eval is just literally miles harder than an EOD eval with any other firm, like literally any other firm, because their targets, like the 300k, for example, the target is like 22k or something like that. And you only have like, what is it? Like 5k to work with or 6k to work with. So like literally your target is 4 times whatever the available drawdown is, or maybe 7,000. I don't remember, 7,500 somewhere around there. But it's still like 3 times your available drawdown, right? And it trails intraday. So whenever you get ahead in one day, like it actually doesn't matter that you got ahead that day. So you have to have perfect performance for long enough to make it all the way out, or be doing really small bite-size trades every single day, but doing so consistently that you take the account all the way through. The only other way to do it is just to YOLO it, gamble it out, over leverage it, pass it in one go, and then get it funded. But then once you get it funded, like what are you gonna do? You have to still be consistent. Now you don't have the time crunch of the monthly thing, but yeah, it's just, yeah, in my opinion, the 300Ks are just a cash grab, in my opinion. That's the way I look at them. Anything with Apex that's above the what's it called, the 50Ks, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like, okay, yeah, if you get like 150Ks, for example, like JCap, then it's worth it for him. Why? Because he's not taking, bro, he literally had, I mean, you can see on his dashboard, he had hundreds of not just evals. We're talking about fundeds, hundreds of fundeds with them. So he paid that activation fee a bunch of times. Now it makes sense why he would do something like that, because he's trying to run it up to a couple mil. He still gets an amazing return on his investment. But I mean, I guarantee you, he easily spent more than $30,000, $40,000 just to get them evals going. So Unless you're willing to spend something like that, it's just not worth doing a macro. Is it in the model or just market? Oh yeah, Lucian, I actually haven't explained macros on my video. Good reminder. Good reminder. I will do that for Friday. I'll explain the macro on Friday. But like easily, he's easily spent literally thousands and thousands of dollars. Now, how do I know that? I actually spent $10,000 last year with Apex. Like straight up. I spent $10,000. Why did I spend so much money? Because I'll take the evals, I would hedge them against each other, I would pass half, then I would activate them, and then I would blow them up, and then I would do the same thing over and over. Next thing you know, I'm down the drain literally $10,000 in a month and a half worth of spending. It was bad. It was really bad. Thankfully, I got paid out. So the payout that I got paid offset all the costs completely. But like, I mean, that's when me gambling, right? Now, like if I did the same thing, it wouldn't be the same result because I would actually be able to keep the funded accounts and consistently get payouts out of them. But it still doesn't change the fact that it's just a lot more difficult to go with a intraday trailing drawdown company, and people just don't realize that because they just see, oh, it's only $20 for the eval. Okay, yeah, it's only $20 for the eval, but are you not planning on passing it? Because it's gonna cost you another $130 once you do pass it. So you actually spend $150 if you pass it, right? Or $160 if you pass it. Then if you don't pass it, and then you take another one, and then you pass the second one, it's $200 now that you're spending. If you don't pass that one and you take another one, now it's $220 that you're spending. And so unless you're trying to fail multiple a bunch, if that's not your plan, and if that's not like, if you know you're not able to pass it to begin with, just go to demo, honestly, or take the eval, and if you luckily happen to pass it, don't even activate it because you don't feel ready to actually trade funds. Like you just don't. If you don't know that you're gonna pass, you're just not ready. That's just a fact. What do you think about the FX prop firms, CFD for NQ, like Alpha Capital? I don't like any of the Forex prop firms, Lucian. Forex prop firms can do whatever they want, like literally whatever they want. There's very little rules in terms of Forex prop firms. US traders can barely use them because they got Ninja Trader taken away and the platforms that we used to use. And there's just a lot of manipulation in terms of the Forex space in terms of price. Like for example, on the futures market, like everybody can see that this high is exactly this high because every single person has the exact same data provider, which is the CME, and there's no different data that happened at this time. The spread is the same, the slippage is the same, everything is the same across the board for everybody. So if price didn't go above this, nobody's price went above this. In FX, you could have one broker that prints it like this, and then it prints this candle above this and takes that high. And then you can have a candle, a broker that has this high, not even here. It has a high like down here, and then the next candle is like up here. Like it can literally be whatever they want it to be. Whatever benefits the broker, it's what's gonna be printed on the screen, which is not good for you. They can also artificially widen your spread. So now your spread is, well, if you've been trading for a while, I hope you know what spread is, but for those who don't know what spread is, maybe you only done futures. Your spread is the difference between your bid and the ask. So let's say this is the bid. This is the ask right here for the, for a buy. Okay. Well, depending on who you're with and what they want to do, let's say that the bid and ask is usually like this close to each other. They can do it, just widen it. They can put the bid and the ask like this. And so if you hit market buy, instead of it filling you here, it fills you here. So imagine you had an order and this was your stop loss, this was your take profit, right? It's a 3 to well, it's a 1 to 3, okay? Right? You risk 1, you get 3 if you get take profit. But if you market order and they widen your spread and it fills you up here, that 1 to 3 now becomes you know, instead of a 1 to 3, it becomes a 1 for 1. Because it fills you up here and your stop loss still here. So if you were risking $100 here, now you're risking $300 for no reason. Or $200 or whatever. Like it's not good. It's terrible. So if you don't do like really tight tight orders, I guess it might be fine, but I guarantee you're gonna get wicked out of moves. Let me read the Discord. Hold on. I feel like I'm an Apex fund it, and I don't like to trade it for the same reason, man, until it messes me up. Put in realized trailing. I only take 1 to 2 micros, but it still messes with me. I've been trying to figure out how to trade over the last 2 weeks. I've been fixed the risk, and 10% turns out fixed risk suits me better. For Apex, I risk $100 per trade, and I aim for 1 to 4 a day. Yeah, that makes sense, Wizzy. With Apex, honestly, it makes sense. That'd be interesting to watch. Oh, the video. Yeah, I just never posted it. I'm not affiliated with anybody. I'm not affiliated with any firms. So I guess the best time to post it is right now when I'm not affiliated with anybody. But then everybody actually can take my opinion as unbiased, because if I get affiliated with somebody, they're probably gonna think I'm trying to sell them a specific firm. I give it up on Apex. It takes a lot. I had a 300k on Apex on the last year, got 17k, then had some rough times and lost it. And that was taking my time, not going heavy. So 100% correct. It's not. Yeah, it's just literally not worth it, bro. Like, it's literally not worth it. Like 510. If you put that same effort that you put on that 300k on literally 50k, a 50k account, you probably would have gotten more payouts out of that, and you would have not blown it. Like, it's just not worth it, bro. It's just not worth it. It takes so long to get out of the trailing drawdown, but then you actually have to run it up to like a really high standard for you to then be wanting to get a withdrawal. Because if you don't run it up like way above the limit, like, you're not gonna want to withdraw money out of it, because otherwise you're gonna blow it as soon as you get paid. But with a 50k, like, it's just not as daunting. Once you get it out of that $2,500, like, you just make 1,000, you can withdraw that 1,000, run it up again. Now you have 2,500 that doesn't trail behind you, it's static, and then you run it up 1,000, you can withdraw that 1,000, and you just do it over and over and over, and you don't have to ever worry about your trailing drawdown. And if you have a bad week, okay, then just size down and recover the account. But it's just really mentally taxing to even get there to begin with. I'll do Apex later this year, but the way I'm gonna approach it is I'm just gonna get a bunch of 50Ks, and I'm just gonna copy trade them from my main accounts. Whatever happens to them happens to them. I'm not even gonna. I will never open up an individual trade for them on their own. I will just copy trade it from my other accounts, and whatever they do, it happens. Like, if I blow them all, I blow them all. If I make profit on all of them, I make profit on all of them, but I will never individually trade them. So yeah. Use code best week for the 80%. All right. Best thing for best thing interest. Oh, I should I should change my name. Instead of best week, best tick. Wait, Wizard, you say consequent encouragement, bro? That's literally 300 points down. You want to drop like yesterday. You want this to happen on the day before NFP. Not that one. What else? What are you talking about? Here? You're talking about this? The one above that line for the 1 hour and seconds. Oh, okay. Well, why does it matter that it's consequent encouragement on that then? Is that one of the things that you've been looking at? Oh, okay. As long as you don't go rogue on me again. As long as you don't go rogue on me and try to do something completely new, that's fine. Just so I don't want to get a DM like I did last month, bro. That was rough. I got you. Oh yeah, it's up from here, honestly. As long as you don't do something silly like last month, it's only up from here. Yeah, for sure. Reality is that you don't need it though, Wizzy. Reality is that you really don't. The 5-minute candle ones, that's enough, honestly. Like a lot of the times the 5-minute candle ones give you 1.5x to 2x the OG. Like you just don't need it. Like yesterday, for example, matter of fact, PM yesterday, I talked about this on the 90 night review. Look, this is a 5-minute candle one. If you just took it to 2 standard deviations, what's that? 7R, right at 1600 candle, right? If you were able to hold it longer, depending on the prop, you got in 4R. That's 12R right here. So it literally gave you 3x your it gave you 3x the profit. You just don't need it. Yeah, and yeah, 1 minute it's absolutely enough. As long as you're doing the pre-analysis like we've talked about, as far as the bullets go and all that good stuff, like you have a really strong reason why it should not go below this point anymore. Like, yeah, it's a banger. Like the trade you posted yesterday, matter of fact, like that trade was a banger. The one we both took, but you took it from the top instead of the open. Yeah, what the hell is that noise? What did I just hear? I swear I just heard something on my computer and I have no clue what made that sound. It sounded like I got a notification or something. I didn't. So weird. Yeah, that's true, Wizzy. Okay, so this breaker is, let's see, it's valid. It's bullet 1 for the 15. Oh, it is valid. I wouldn't have gotten filled in that though. let's see this 5-minute busy print. If the 5-minute busy prints, I'll enter when he retaps it. If the 5-minute busy doesn't get printed, I'll go ahead and fade this and wait for one more load to happen, and then I'll loan from that. But yeah, which as long as you don't do anything stupid, it should only be up from there. I mean, look, I'm gonna show you this. Yeah, I was doing stupid stuff. Okay, this is my Tradify profile. I don't know here. I don't know which one shows if my failed accounts or not failed accounts. I have this off, but then if I turn it on, I'll just show you screenshot it too. If I turn it on, it's the same thing. So I just want to show that I haven't failed anything with them at all. Just started using them. But anyways, so I guess I can delete this one. So the 150K, bro, I had $375 left. I checked yesterday. I thought it was $500 and some change. No, it was $370 left on Monday. When Monday started, I made $9,000 on that account over the last 3 days. And that was with me being an idiot on Tuesday afternoon, taking 4 L's back to back. If I wouldn't have done that, I could have just finished the eval on Asia. But anyways, so that's that, right? Me being an idiot. I ran this account to literally $50 down to $50 worth of drawdown left, or $60 worth of drawdown left. And I'm now back up to $800, right? And I've been doing it with $50, okay? Like literally $50 a trade. I mean, you guys see me trade it every day. That's the account on YouTube that I have pulled up here. I've literally been running this thing up with 1 micro pretty much on every trade since $50, and I'm recovering it. So hopefully we'll get it fully out of drawdown. I made a YouTube video about it, and I explained what I'm going to do. And yeah, I've stuck to it so far. And like, it doesn't seem like a lot, right? $800. But remember, it was $50 left. So I had 1 bullet left. And yeah, brought it all the way back. And then this is the eval that I started this week on Monday. I took a trade after I got off stream yesterday, I believe. 2 trades after I got off stream yesterday. There were 2 L's. And then I got off for today. So I just need a 2.5 hour trade on this today. Oh, I actually just took an L today. This morning. Never mind. So this is a little bit lower now. It's like $50 less. So I just took a $50 loss on this. And then this funded is $500 down. And then this is $200 down for today. So I need 3R here. And then I need, you know, to keep recovering that. But the point is, like, if you just stay consistent and you don't do anything else, all the recoveries that I've done this week are literally 1-minute breakers. I didn't do anything else this week. As far as these accounts go, on Tradify, I haven't done anything else this week at all. I have done some other stuff on the MFFAU with some tighter entries, but same trades, just tighter entries. So as long as you just don't do anything down, bro, like, you got this. Like, it's literally gonna be a no-brainer to just be able to grow. Also, yeah, if you keep finding that you keep taking L's in London, stop trading in London. Just check it out. If you have the time to do London and New York, just take it out. Just do New York. That's it. Not even for a while, Wizzy. Like, honestly, not even for a while. Just take it out. Because unless you're gonna be willing to take 4 bullets, what's the point of even trading London? You would have to be able to take 4 bullets. Because you need 2 bullets per session to really get consistent results. Because first bullet could be wrong, like me today, right? I need a second bullet now. If I left the day on this, that would have been really pressuring, right? But you got to take bullet number 1 sometimes. And, well, no, a lot of times you got to take bullet number 1 because they're high probability setups. Like yesterday here, when I took this trade, it was bullet number 1, right? And I wasn't a fan of it because it was the 9:30 open. But if I didn't take it, I wouldn't have taken my W. Because if I would have missed bullet number 1 just to wait for the bullet number 2, it would have never came. Right? Bullet number 1 here failed. But then bullet number 2 comes and it's a banger. So you need those 2 bullets because bullet number 1 can fail and bullet number 2 can still be right. And you cannot just go bullet number 2 only because you're actually missing a lot of money by skipping that bullet number 1. But it's the same for London. You need 2 bullets in London because typically speaking, one of them will be good, the other one won't. So you would have to have 2 bullets for London and then 2 bullets for New York. So either A, you take your risk down and now you're only trading with half of what you usually do. So you're still max risking the same amount per day, but now you're potentially making a little bit more than before because you could get a W on London and then a W on New York, right? Or you just cut off the session and just do New York, 2 bullets, and you're out. Like just 2 bullets and you're out. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen. Move on. That's it. Get off. You go to the next day and do it all over again. Like when I take my Asia trades, the overnight swings, I have to be willing to take 3 bullets that day because I'm taking my Asia trade, which I only take 1 bullet on that Asia trade because it's one very specific setup, which is just a 5-minute candle one. If it's not a 5-minute candle one, I'm usually not taking it unless it's like a retest of something like I did this week. But other than that, if it's not bullet 1, I mean candle 1, I'm just not taking an Asia trade for the overnight. Facts. I'm not looking at London for a while. Just New York. I'm saying, Clutch, you haven't been looking at London at all. What are you talking about? What did you charge too early causes me to get impatient and look for trades that's not there. But if I trade my session, I can see it on my hands. Yeah, no, that's facts, Clutch. That honestly is one of the things that has eaten you up in the last couple of weeks, where you get super impatient because you've been on the charts already for like 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and you're at work, and it just starts calling your name, and then you get going, and it's over from there. But if you just the end of London session, maybe not the open. Okay, oh yeah, okay. But if you just wait, you have your timer on when you start looking for your setup, and now you got only 2 bullets. You're gonna be picky with your shots, and you're gonna be more selective, but you're also gonna take action when you need to because you got 2 bullets, right? First bullet has to be valid bullet 1. And the second bullet, valid bullet 2. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Move on. Go to the next day. No bullet 3s. I don't want you to DM me with no bullet 3s. Please. Please don't DM me a bullet 3. Even if you win that bullet 3, I'm not gonna be proud of that, bro. No bullet 3s. Just bullet 1, bullet 2. All right, so BC got eliminated. It did create the breaker. Look at the 15. I guess the 15 could get a BC as well. I'm not sure that I trust this though. Honestly, I'm really not sure that I trust this. It's a bullet 1 on the 15 after failing a bullet 1 on the 5, but I'm not sure that I trust that. I really wanted to see lower prices first. I wanted to get a sweep under this first. That's it. No bullet 3s. All right, bro. I'll be waiting for that. But yeah, I mean, I've said this a few times already. You guys are probably tired of hearing this, but 2 bullets per day max mathematically will make your trading easier. It just is. It just is. If bullet 1 fails, bullet 2 wins, you end up in profit. If bullet 1 wins and you get off, you end up in profit. If bullet 1 and 2 fail, obviously you lose. So you have 2 days that are profitable, right, in terms of outcomes, versus doing anything else. And your 1 day that's a losing day, which is 2R down, is going to be smaller by default than your regular winning day, which is 2 or 4R if you do a breaker trade. That's if you don't even get a better entry. So this is me assuming default, right? And then for the days that you lose 1 and win 1, those days you might be up 1R. If you lost 1 and then won 1 of 2R, you might be up 1R, or you might be up 3R. So either you mitigate half a losing day, or you make more than a losing day. But either way, the outcome is in your favor. Mathematically, it's in your favor. So as long as your win rate is 50% or above, you automatically are going to have a much easier time, and your equity curve is going to grow really, really fast. Now, if it's slightly less than 50%, you can still make profit. Don't get me wrong, okay? You can still make profit. It's just going to be a little bit slower. That's it. But you will still move forward. When bullet 1 fails and it actually creates an opposing breaker like you did on the 5-minute, wouldn't you look for a bullet? Wouldn't you not look for bullet 2 now? Change your mind on where price would go? No, Anthony. No. I made a video about this. What was it? Today is Thursday. I think yesterday. I think the video dropped yesterday. But it's something about the title was something like pivot points or something like that. Well, the pivot points is how many bullets will I take wrong before I pivot my bias onto the other way. So for example, here, I took this L. Let's say I never took this trade, okay? Right here. I took this trade here. But let's say I never took that trade. I would still count that psychologically as bullet 1. Oh, and matter of fact, bullet 2 got swept here. I didn't realize it actually made the CISD on the top. Okay, well, never mind. Never mind, Anthony. That's bullet. This was bullet 2. It did get confirmed and it did get swept. So, for example, okay, this is a good example. Thank you for saying that on chat. It actually lost 2 bullets already. So yes, I can pivot to the downside. So this is a 5-minute sweepable. We're sweeping it now, and I can get involved in a sell that would show up. This is not a sell because this is the highest point. They would have to go above that and then go down. But I could do that. I could actually pivot to selling. That being said, okay, that pivot to selling is either till a higher time frame sweep happens or till we meet objectives. What I mean by that is till we go to where the standard deviations are, or both. Like it can be a stack of both confluences at once. Okay. So marking this out. Let's see. Inside candle, high FVG, yes. TB, yes. Close on the first time, yes. This is likely to go to 4 standard deviations here, even though it's not per my model. Okay. I know, even though this is not per my model, and it's not something I'm going to take because there's nothing to the left for me to be able to take this. I still believe this can actually go to 4 standard deviations as a deep retracement play or a reversal play. So if that's the case, we could go to this 15-minute sweepable and then keep going up. 2 bullets on the 5-minute fail. Sweep on the 15-minute is now here, but this would be sweep bullet 1. I'm not going to take sweep bullet 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for this to get swept one more time and be at bullet 2. I'll take the second bullet of the 15-minute. If the second bullet of the 15-minute is also wrong, then absolutely you just literally pivot and you start selling. I won't be able to be part of that, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to just my next trade, if it's a loser, I just have to get off. But if I had 2 bullets still, what I would do is I would play the second bullet on this 15-minute after this gets wrapped. And if that fails, then I would just get short. And I would just start riding short. But whenever these 2 bullets fail here, yes, you automatically can start looking for shorts. But it's not a permanent thing. It's not like, now we're going to go from here down to, you know, down here. Like that could happen, but that's not the immediate mindset shift that I'm taking. I'm just taking it till objectives get met. So for example, yesterday, so yesterday, bullet 1, bullet 2 fail here, right? For the 5-minute. Bullet 1, bullet 2 fail on the 15. So I got long on this bullet 2 yesterday. And once it failed, I pivoted my mindset and I said, okay, cool. We're going to go short. So then when we go short, I'm looking for objectives to be met. What was the objective that I talked about yesterday? The 4-hour sweepable on the higher time frame that I had marked already. Once we're below that, it's all free game for price to do whatever he wants. So at -3, I moved to break even, and then I just let it go, and then boom, we hit -4. Trade was done, and then the chart turned around. So it was bearish till it no longer has to, because it meets a higher time frame objective to then continue the trend that it has. So the same thing happens here, where bullet 1 fails, bullet 2 fails on the 5-minute. Now we did the sweep on the 15-minute. Bullet 2 on the 15-minute is what I'm waiting for. And if bullet 2 on the 15-minute fails, that means that I was on the wrong side to begin with, and I can flip short again. Same profile as yesterday, literally the same, exact same profile as yesterday. Now, if you make this pivot early on the 5-minute, where once this bullet fails, you start looking for lower prices. So for example, here, high, low, higher, high, lower, low, giving us a breaker to the downside. This is a valid breaker. You could just take this, right? But if it happens to be that this 15-minute was the higher time frame objective that we needed to meet to then go higher, now you flip too early. And what's going to happen is if you took any L's here, if you already took this L like I did, for example, you will get shaken out here on this L. And once you get shaken out on this L, the chart will then just go without you. If I had 2 bullets, I might be more willing to do this one. But honestly, even here, I would do a bullet 2 on this short, and I would be willing to miss the initial dump partially, especially because 930 is here. But yeah, this is the only part of my model that, in my opinion, is a little bit subjective at times, because yes, there is like rules that I follow. There's like a process I follow almost every day, where I'm willing to miss this to then be able to take this, or I'm willing to skip on this to be then have enough bullets to do this other thing. And it's just because I see that playing out more often than not. But sometimes it will happen that you skipped on a trade that was really good and it just goes without you, and it just kind of sucks. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, because Seek and Destroy Day. I think Seek and Destroy Days are really rare in the market. I think people think Seek and Destroy Days just means that certain highs and certain lows are getting taken, but it's really just a high resistance liquidity run. That's really all it is. It's overall bearish or overall bullish, but because certain highs and lows get taken abruptly, it just feels like Seek and Destroy. Seek and Destroy would have to be that this gets taken, this gets taken, this gets taken, this gets taken, and it just goes like that. And typically it's on a tighter range. Right? Something like this, where it just goes like that. But I mean, those don't happen too often, honestly. When is the last time we have one of those? Realistically, like I don't remember seeing us having one of those in a long time. All right, awesome. So here, like, it didn't take that high, and it already made it to 2.5. It made it to the 15-minute sweepable. Remember, this long was in place, so this is bullet 1 on the 15-minute. Okay, so we can mark this as bullet 2. I know this 15-minute sweepable, it's the first time it's getting swept, and I understand that. But because we're following the overall, this would actually be a bullet 2. Okay. So let's mark it as B2. Okay. So now if we get a long out of that B2, I could take that. Depending on how it prints, I won't. Depending on how it prints, I'll flip the bias. But now this would be B2. So short is delivering. This is a Dookie breaker, relatively speaking. Outside candle, yes. Oh no, it actually has a CB, and it has a. This can go to 4. Never mind. It's not a Dookie breaker. Sorry. It looked Dookie at first glance to me, but no, it's actually A. So this can definitely go to 4. Let's say it does. Say it does go to 4. Then, in this case, at the 4, I would start looking to see if there's going to be a buy. Now, if this gets taken out, this low gets taken out, then there's no 15-minute sweepable. So if this low gets taken out, then automatically it makes it so that I can just sell, or it makes it so that this is bullet 2 for the hourly here. And then if it's bullet 2 for the hourly, I would have to wait for at least 5-minute structure to then go up higher. Let me mark out B2. And we're going to use at 10. We'll see what happens at 10. And if nothing, is clean and nothing comes on the chart to look good enough, then I just take one bullet and I go. I leave. It's okay to have a 1 bullet trade day. That's fine. If you just take one loss, it's okay. It's not a big deal. Don't force yourself to take that second bullet if you literally have no clue where it's going to go. Like maybe, okay. So maybe you're like, okay, you lost 2 bullets here, lost 1 bullet here. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to go short. I don't know if I'm going to go long. I already used 1 bullet. I don't want to be wrong on the next trade. Like, I don't really know if I should take the risk here, if I should take the risk there on the long. Like, I just don't know what to do. If you're that, like, hung up about it, you probably shouldn't take any trade. You should just walk away. Just don't waste the second bullet. Yeah, you might miss the winner. I understand that. But if you're that hung up about it, you're probably going to mess up way more often than you think. And then you're going to end up taking more L's than you need to. Shoreline J. This is bullet one for this 5 minute. And did that deliver? That did not. Did not go to 4 standard deviations. So if we get below here, meet the objective, and the 5 minute has structure to have a breaker, then I will take the first 1 minute breaker. But if the 5 minute doesn't make structure for there to be a long, then yeah, I'll just wait for the 5 minute. All right, there it goes. So let's drag this out here. Let's we can remove this. We can remove this. We got the news in just a little bit. So I won't be entering anything anyways. It's 20 minutes before the news. But I will be actively watching to see if we want to start getting up from here. But Anthony, so hopefully, I mean that's a great example of like what I was talking about. This is a pivot point where if you pivot and you're like, okay, cool, this 1 hour, it's like for sure this 1 hour sweep is for sure gonna be the objective, then this would have lined up perfectly with your objective. It's an A setup as well. First sweep, first breaker, bam, you slam it, take profit. That 15-minute breaker is playing out so far. I didn't take it as I don't trade this prior to non-farm. Just to second where it was. I got you. Yeah, let's look at the 15. And so this is a sweepable on the 15, giving me a target for later on of liquidity. So giving me more of a reason to think we're gonna come up here later. And then we got a 5-minute breaker here. Yeah, you see there. If you enter on the second bullet, do you target 4 standard deviations? Or it also depends on the breaker rating. So for the most part, 4 standard deviations for the second bullet almost every time, Ivan. If I'm taking the second bullet, it's because I'm expecting that side to be the long-term winner side, right? I'm expecting expansion on the higher time frame on that side. So if I'm taking that second bullet, then for the most part, it's if I'm expecting to expand, it has to go to 4 standard deviations. The only exceptions would be like EOD, for example. I close all my trades at the 1600 candle. So for example, yesterday here, I would have closed my trade at 1600. So when this candle, oh well, I would have had I hate. So I don't know if you watched the day review yesterday, but this had not printed yet. When I was doing the day review, I explained this right here, but it hadn't printed to actual target. So I said that it was going to go to at least 2 standard deviations, maybe 4. We'll see. But at the very least, it's 2, and that's where I would take it to. So I would have been out by 1555 because it's just around the corner of 4. Now, let's say this same trade happened, but it started going up a lot sooner, maybe at 3 o'clock. And if by the time we're like at 3.5, it's not 6 o'clock yet, 4 o'clock yet, then it's likely going to go all the way to 4 standard deviations by 4 o'clock. So I can hold that for longer. But that's the only way, like, I don't target 4 standard deviations. I'll target 4 standard deviations on a second bullet, even on B plus setups. The only way I don't is if it's a B setup, then that's when I don't target it. Because usually, I mean, B setups usually just never expand for a long time. That part is discretionary, to be honest, because sometimes I target it, sometimes I don't. And that part does come with a little bit of experience. Like, you just have to know what is more likely to happen and what's not more likely to happen. And that's just going to happen by you actually, doing the model every day, seeing this stuff play out, making mistakes. Like, old me, I promise you, I would have been so thirsty for a win. I would have taken this buy here, knowing that it was more likely than not going to get taken out. Right? So, yeah, there's just stuff you learn the more you do it. The 1 hour second bullet is also a 5 minute and second bullet. Yeah, Wizzy, it is, but you have to believe that this is the 5 minute breaker that's possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, which is pretty valid. That's pretty good. But if that's going to be the breaker, what's going to happen is we're going to create a busy here on the 5 minute. If we don't create a busy here on the 5 minute, this low is going to get taken again. So there's really nothing for me to do. The only thing I can do is if he does create a busy, I'll take I'll take candle 1. Other than that, I'm sitting flat and I'll just let it do its thing. As far as the short goes, this is a 15-minute sweepable, so it'll be the first time if it goes above it. And it's also a 5 minute bullet 1 again. Why is it bullet 1 again? Because the 1 minute delivered. It went to 4 standard deviations. So this bullet 1 moves up from here to here, and it doesn't count against the bullets of the trade because it actually did deliver to target. More news coming out of 10. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm not even interested in taking anything at all. I'm waiting for that to come out and then I'll consider taking the trade. Gonna be real picky with my last bullet here, and it needs to be a pretty good bullet for me to take it. That BC and the 5 minute got erased, right? Yeah, it got erased. So there's no BC here. There's no play. There's no play on this BC. Well, for me, I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to take your trade. If you wanted to take your trade there. No busy, no likey. Yeah. This is a valid breaker. I just don't like it because it's one candle. High, low, higher, high, lower, low. But the low and the high are made from the same candle. Usually those are a fade for me. For the most part, unless it's like I need to have a really strong reason why I should be taking that. And yeah, I don't have a strong reason why I should be taking that, especially before news. I'll let it shake out. All right, there goes that low, and then there goes the news. I thought it was my type of breaker, but just a breed grade. So I'm -2 TP. I mean, it did hit -2. It did hit -2. It's just that the candle being a high and a low at the same time with the same candle, usually it's not the best. It does work out. So sometimes I'll risk it if I feel very strong about it. So for example, a good example of that is yesterday here. I risked this one right here. High, lower, low, higher, high. So that was a breaker. I risked that. Why did I risk that? Because I had a very clear goal in mind, which was this 4 standard deviations. I'm thinking, cool, I can get on here and I can target that. And, you know, it could be a continuation play. But, you know, it wasn't. So you just have to, you know, pick your shots correctly and make sure you're not wasting on stuff that it's like clearly not going to work out, but you're just so thirsty to get into a play that you just risk it for the biscuit. Like here, this breaker earlier, like, yeah, it worked out, but it was a 9:30 open and breaker, and it was the first bully of the short. I'm like, do I want to do that? No, I don't really want to do that. It did deliver, right? But we have news ahead of it, and it's like, I could take that, but if it's a stop out and then the good moves come after that, I'm gonna be upset for the rest of the day. Instead, I could just miss them out, and if there's nothing else for the rest of the day, that's fine. I'll lose 1 hour for the day. Not a big deal. My winning days are 5, 6, 7 hour. My losing day being 1 hour. I can live with that. Like, I'm up 15 hour this week. I can live with losing 1 hour today and not taking any more trades for the rest of the day. I see that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it comes to, at the end of the day, it's going to come to that personal preference. Like, what am I willing to do? I'm just telling you what I know for a fact works the most based on, you know, what I've learned as the guy who literally made the model. Like, I'm telling you what has worked best for me. Now, it's not to say that you cannot improve on or develop something better or make it your own with your own style that actually gives better results. But the easiest thing is to just literally follow exactly what I'm doing, how I'm learning it, right? How I'm teaching it. Stick to exactly the rules that I've figured out by literally spending my own money, my own hours, my own research, hundreds of pictures, hundreds of trades. Like, why would you deviate from that when I already spent so much time on it, right? Eventually, yeah, if you want to do your own because you now have the experience and you feel like you can improve it, then you go and test that improvement on data. You don't do it on live. You go on data. You figure out, okay, this is what I want to change, or this is something I'm noticing. You go, you back test it, you get up hundreds of pictures, at the very least 100, like minimum 100 pictures of that exact same scenario that you want to change. After you get the 100 pictures, you go and analyze them. Okay, yeah, it actually wins more often. Okay, great. How much more does it win? Oh, it wins this much more. Okay, awesome. So you're winning more often, you're getting more money. But what if you're winning more money, but you're winning less often? How much more money is it winning, and how much less often is it winning? And does that offset the actual risk? No, it doesn't. Yes, it wins more money, but it wins less times. And the times that I would have taken it, I probably would have missed it. So is it worth changing? No. Keep the original operation, you know, where it needs to be. It's going to deviate you. It's going to make you take longer. You just have to stick with what works and what is proven. And I've already proven it. I literally do it every single day in front of you guys live. I've done it for the students live in front of them on the Discord. I'm posting my account. You're following, you know, the fact that I haven't blown accounts for example, Tradify. I just started trading with Tradify a month and a half ago. I haven't blown an account. I have, I'm about to have the third funded account once I pass this account, right? And so it clearly works. So there's no point to deviate from, you know, the plan if it clearly works. And how do you decide on when to skip bullet ones? So it just depends, Clutch. Like it depends on, have we been winning? Yes. Okay. I'm more willing to take that bullet one if it's the side that has been winning. So for example, here, I took this bullet one. Where was it? I took this bullet one here. Okay. Now, before I took it, I was aware, hey, we got a 50-minute sweepable. We got another 50-minute sweepable. We got the hourly, which is in the first sweep after that. But I'm looking at this targets. I'm like, okay, we're going to go up higher. Now, all of this got deleted, so let me delete that right now. But yeah, I was looking up, and what was the actual target? The actual target is here, the Trump breaker, which is this line. This Trump breaker is just a breaker that we created when Trump announced the tariffs and all that stuff. So I'm like, cool. The draw is going to be higher. So I'm willing to take this trade. I know at the very least it's going to expand to right here. Or it could go to 4 standard deviations, which it had the chance to. Oh, sorry, not this one. Sorry, this one. Okay. I'm like, cool. You can make it a 2, 2.5 at least because of this. And so then it can just push to 4, 4.5. Cool. I'm willing to take it. It makes sense. The draw is right. The buy side has been winning. We've been sweeping. Let's look at the 5 minutes. So let's look. Okay. 5 minute sweepable. First sweep, it goes. First sweep, it goes. First sweep, it goes. So I'm thinking, first sweep, gonna go, right? Eventually that stops. But the earlier you are on that move where it's already winning, then you just take it. Like if I was on the markets right here at this time, then I would have just taken this to begin with. And I would have been on this move this whole time. Okay. If I was in the markets on this move, then I would have just taken that. But I came on the market and I was here. So that's what I have to take at the moment. I don't have to. I can skip it. I mean, nothing requires me to take it, but I'm willing to take it. Okay. Now, here, this bullet 2 doesn't make sense. It's really thick. He barely wanted to make it. He retraced deeply before he made it. I'm skipping that bullet 2 because I already know it's going to fail. He fails. This bullet 1, I'm not willing to take this bullet 1. Why am I not willing to take the bullet 1? Bullet 1 and 2 failed on the long side already twice. Bullet 1 on the 15 is likely going to fail because I want to see this lows get ran. So I'm skipping that. Bullet 2 then comes right here. But bullet 2 also was a fade. Why? Because he had no busy on the 5 minute. If this is going to be a 1 hour sweep with a 5 minute breaker, then I need to see a busy for it to be a good 5 minute bullet, right? But the busy gets erased. And we have news around the corner. So I'm taking the context of what needs to happen based on the higher time frame for me to get involved. If that's not there, then there's no way I can get involved. Here, for example, the short. I would be willing to take it if there was a CB, but there's no CB. You got erased. So I cannot get on this. This can go to 4 standard deviations, and I don't care. It literally doesn't matter, because why? It's not per my model. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm looking for. I need a CB here because on the 5 minute, I need this to be a strong play. On the 1 minute, it's not a strong play. This can be in the candle high and low at the same time. It's not a strong play. No CB, no IFVG. This candle is dookie. The only thing that it has going for is that it closed on the first time. This is an inside candle. But this is B. It already made 2 standard deviations. It already did what it needed to do, in my opinion. So it can really go and take that high. The 15 minute. It's a 15-minute sweepable, right? High, low, high. Well, this low actually came and then this candle took the high and the low. So actually, this sweepable moves up. It wasn't a 50-minute sweepable because this low got erased as a low and a high because there's one candle. So we're still this high can still be swapped. So I got to be aware of that. This is still bullet 2 of the 1 hour. So we still have a chance that this actually goes up higher. But I cannot take a 1 minute breaker. So no matter what, I cannot take a 1 minute buy anymore. Even if I wanted to. Why? Because there's no structure for the 1 minute buy. There's no sweepables here as far as the 1 minute goes that I could do. This got erased. The breaker that I was using to do all this stuff got erased. So the only option I have is to short. But I need to short from where it makes sense. It doesn't make sense to short out here? No, it doesn't. I need to wait for this to get ran. Or for us to make internal structure here. That gives me a breaker down. That then gives me a sweepable. That then sweeps. And then it goes. So I might be flat for the next like hour to 2 hours. Because there's no structure for me to do anything I want. Unless we get above here again. This above this 15-minute sweepable. And create a better breaker to the downside. Then I could short. That would make sense. But it's just something you learn. Like the more you do this, the more you understand what you need to be seeing. Like you're gonna see, okay, yeah, I've noticed that bullet 1 fails a lot when this happens. Well, I've noticed that if bullet 2 is coming up on the higher time frame, but it already failed 2 bullets on the other time frame, like unless it's perfect conditions, it's gonna fail as well. So let me just fade. Like you just gotta go through the steps. But this part is the part that you will learn the more you do it. I will talk to you guys about it. And on the PDF, I explain a lot of the basics. One thing that I haven't expanded on the PDF, which maybe I should do that. I don't know. The PDF took me a really long time to make. It took me like literally a month to make. So maybe I don't do a PDF because I don't have that time. But you know, I mean, I'm going to be talking about it the more you watch the streams and so on. Like, why am I fading this? Why am I fading that? So then you start seeing it. Sometimes I'll fade something and sometimes I won't fade that something. And sometimes I'm thirsty. And if I'm thirsty, like I'm going to say I'm thirsty. I'm not going to keep it from you guys. I'm going to say, you know, that was a bad play. That was actually, I was thirsty for that. I shouldn't have done that. I should have done this. Like here, earlier in the morning, I shouldn't have taken that. I should have taken the retest on this breaker, put my entry here and my stop loss here. And I should have been riding for the 2 standard deviations of that or 4. But like, I see why you haven't blown your accounts though. Haven't set rules and sticking to them. Yeah, like you keep seeing me. Even the where is that? Let me bring up the Tradify again. Let me just open up the journal. Because I want you to see, bro, I was literally on the edge on that account. Wait, is that is the one? Yeah. Look. Bro, this is the fund the 50K that I started for the YouTube challenge, right? I went into deep drawdown. Look, you can literally see I had when I opened this trade after I paid the commissions, I literally had like 70 bucks. Okay. And now I'm climbing back up with 50 bucks a trade. But why am I able to do that? Because I'm just sticking to the rules. You see my one trade is a winner. Took a loss. Took a winner. Took a winner. That's it. And I'm getting off when I need to get off. Like I'm not sticking around to find out anymore. I'm getting my win. I'm getting out of the market. I'm getting my win. I'm getting out of the market. Is there more opportunity throughout the day? Yeah, there's more opportunity throughout the day. If I could make more if I stuck around for longer. But if I'm trying to recover the account I'm just trying to do the bare minimum I can to just be the most consistent until I get it fully out of drawdown. Once I get it fully out of drawdown, could I do more? Yeah, I could do more. I could stick around and actually like copy trade this and, you know, do more. Like yesterday, I could have gotten that huge buy here at EOD, and that would have been 7R, for example, right? Like I could do that, but it requires more bullets. It requires me to take another 2 bullets in the PM. So 2 bullets in the AM, 2 bullets in the PM. So now I'm opening up myself to lose twice in the morning, to lose twice in the afternoon, or to win twice in the morning, or to win once in the morning and lose twice in the afternoon. How many days will I be able to do both before my account gets blown up? That's what you need to consider. Like you need to consider your drawdown available. If you only have 2 bullets per day and you already won in the morning, and then you go into the afternoon, but you don't have a bullet limit, you're literally gonna get rid of all your profits because you're not gonna stop. If you do a 2 bullet system, but you only do this afternoon, this PM today, but you don't do the PM tomorrow, and then you don't do the PM the next day, but then you do it the next day after that, and then you skip again, and then you do it again, and then you skip, and then you do it again. It's very sporadic, meaning your results are not gonna be something you can actually, you know, expect. It's not something you can say, okay, well, on average, I'm winning this many times. On average, I'm doing this. Why? Because you're not trading every single PM session. So if you're not trading every single PM session with the 2 bullets available to you, then your results can be really good sometimes, but they can also be really bad sometimes because you might catch the losing PM session today, or you might have the wrong bias today on that PM session. You skip 2 that were really obvious that you just didn't want to be around for. Then you do another one and it happens to be the losing one. Then you skip the next one. Then you happen to be around the next one and it's a losing one again. So now you're 3 sessions down for no reason. Just like you could have caught the good session. You could have skipped the 2 bad sessions and you could have caught the good 4th session. But it's very random. So you need to do something that can consistently happen as you're in the market as close as possible as you have to consistency. I know obviously with working a job and stuff like that, like it's harder to find that consistency, but you need to find yourself a way to make your schedule and your time on the market as consistent as possible so you can get the expected results that average out on your specific strategy over the long run. If you don't have that, you just can't expect to have the same numbers. And so for this account, like it has very little drawdown. I could do more to recover more, but also I could do more and it could damage the account more. So what am I going to do? I'm going to cut back to the bare minimum that I can do on the account that I know will yield good results, which is 1 win a day and get off, or 2 bullets and get off. And it will take me a little bit longer, but I know for sure I'll grind it out. And once I grind it out, then I can do 4 bullets a day, because then I can do 2 in the morning, 2 a.m., 2 p.m. And I'll do the 2 bullets every single day. But till I can get enough room to do that, it's no point of doing it. All right, let me read the rest of what you said, but I don't feel like I need to be that if there was a breaker and the chart would go without me. Yeah, I mean, the chart can go without you, Clutch. That's another thing. Like, you just got to be okay with that, bro. You got to be okay with that. I know it sucks to see it go without you, and it's a winner. Like, this winner here, this is 4 standard deviations, right? I literally could have made a couple $1,000s on this move. Real money, not demo money already. And so does it suck that I'm not in it? Yeah, like I would have loved to gotten the win, but was I sure that it was going to happen? No, I wasn't. Did I have a high expectation that it was going to happen? No, I didn't. So if I didn't think it was going to happen, or I wasn't sure, there's no reason why I should be upset about it. Yeah, I believe only focusing the AM session to lunch will be the best for me right now. Yeah, I mean, I would agree, honestly, bro. Honestly, because if you do AM, you do PM, and you're working at the same time, like your brain can only take so much. And how many bullets are you going to take until you get upset? What's going to ruin your mood? For how long are you going to be able to control yourself from doing stuff outside of the plan? Like, you know, you're human, obviously. We're all human. And so you need to make it so that you're operate. Let me see, 5 minute real quick. Hold on, guys. Low, high, low. This is a 5 minute street, people. You need to make it so that you can sustain your workflow and control yourself. Like, you're a human. The chart is going to play on those emotions. And so today, I guarantee you, there's tons of traders who are revenge trading right now. Hella revenge trading here. Because they take the long, they get taken out. They take the short, they get taken out here because they think that this is going to be the drop. So they get taken out there. So then they take the long and they get taken out here. So this section of price was a seek and destroy for sure. The high takes the lows takes the high takes the lows again, and now we're coming back up to the high. This is a seek and destroy in this little section for sure. It's overall moving down so far from here, but if you started your session here, you got seek and destroy for sure. So then how many traders already took a long, a short, and they just keep flipping and they're getting completely destroyed? A bunch of people. There's a bunch of people doing that, including myself back in the day. Like, that's exactly what I would be doing. But like, oh, okay, I was wrong about it going up. It's gonna go down, and then I'm like, no, I'm actually wrong about it going down. It's gonna continue up higher. I knew it. They tricked me. It is gonna go up higher, and then I take the long, and then boom, this happens, and I'm like, ah, man, I got tricked. It's a continuation lower. It's just high resistance liquidity run to the downside, and it could be like it could be that it runs its highs. It makes a 1 minute breaker here, and then it goes. It could be that, or it could be that it's gonna take this high again. Right? But you just smoke yourself because you don't have a way to stop yourself. So if you don't have that stopping point, like, you need to come up with a stopping point as soon as possible. The sooner you can control the stopping point, the sooner you can be profitable. Just the fact. The sooner you can control your stopping point, the sooner you become profitable. The sooner you realize that doing less on the charts and focusing on quality, as long as it's obviously often. I don't want to be the guy who takes one trade a week. Okay, I don't want to be the guy who takes one trade every 2 days or every 3 days. I want to be the guy who comes every single day on the market and is able to get my big trade with a high probability and a high risk to reward ratio trade. Like, I want that to be me. So my model provides that, right? If you don't have those things, then you need to focus on your strategy to, focus on it on the way that it needs to be, so that it works out. But this is the best way that it works out for me. So I focus on that. But the sooner you can get yourself under control, the faster you become profitable. Just a fact. Like, Tenny and Brett keeping me accountable on my accounts, me being able to post to them every single day, like, hey, this is my trade. Hey, this is my idea. Hey, this is what I'm doing, and whatever. And then I post something outside of that. They're not cheering me on going, yo, that's a fire trade. They're like, bro, what did you take that? Yeah, that one. But like, what does it have to do with your model? You haven't done that, or you haven't talked to us about that. What is that? Is that something new that you're adding that you already tested, or like, why are you doing that? You need people to just tell you the truth and not cheer you on because you got a winning trade. Because if you got a winning trade, but you broke all your rules, that's not something to be celebrated. That's something to be honestly shamed upon. I would rather be shamed than a Benz. You ain't gonna get the Benz like that, though. That's the thing. You ain't never gonna get the Benz if you keep doing, silly randomness. But as soon as you stop doing silly randomness, that's when the Benz gonna show up. It's either that or you got to become a fake guru who doesn't actually trade. Then the band's going to show up if you're a fake guru as well. But if you want to get the bands by trading, yeah, you got to self-control. I got a taste of it though. I know what it takes. Just getting over this bum now. Yeah, for sure, bro. You got this, man. You got this. Just stop doing silly things, bro. Otherwise, you're gonna have to be in my Benz. And you know I'm not getting a Benz. I'm getting a family minivan, so it's not as cool. I forgot to check on GC. GC had a really good short today. I was just focused on NQ. Let me see what GC is doing now. So GC, is that a bullet or not? That's bullet 1. And that's bullet 2 on GC. So could be here. There's nothing to do. You saw a fireman event on YouTube? What brand was it? The one I want is a Carnival, because it just looks like a SUV. But my wife doesn't want it. Almost doxed her. Almost said her name. But yeah, she's like, no, we're not getting that, because I don't like Kias, and they've been blowing up, something like that. She said either they've been blown. No, they haven't been blown up. They're getting stolen. I don't know, something with the security or something. But that's like old Kias. It's not brand new ones. It's like no, well, it's not old, but like 2021s or something like that. We're getting stolen. I watch some Kia boys. Yeah. All right, so that high got Rand. Again, so all right, let's recap this real quick. So this is bullet 1 sweep here, right? That bullet 1. Oh, the Kia boys. That's a thing. We see. I gotta watch that Tommy G video. I like Tommy G. That's bullet one, but bullet one delivered. So this would be bullet one still. And it failed. It didn't deliver to 4 standard deviation. Okay. Which means that I can still take one more short out of here if it presents itself. Now, it likely won't. So what likely will happen is we create the 5-minute breaker. We then create a 5-minute sweepable. And then we sweep and then we continue. If we're going to do anything. So that's why I said like way ahead of time. It's probably going to be an hour to 2 hours before I can get into anything. Because I need structure to be correct in the higher time frame for me to be able to take any positions with confidence. Without the higher time frame, I can't get into this fractal positions because all I'm doing is taking a fractal of what's supposed to come on the higher time frame. So if the higher time frame is unclear, then there's no fractal for me to take because I shouldn't be in any trades. Also, this is what I meant by the shorts. Like, you could have flipped short, but you're short until the objective is met on the higher time frame. This is a 1 hour sweepable. So the short worked out till it came here. And now it's up to debate on whether that's going to hold or not. It's very likely not. So that's why the pivot point was you pivot till the objective is met, higher time frame, sweepable comes, and then you have to pivot back. So somebody might be like, okay, well, I'm short then. Like, I'm short bias. So they take this. Then maybe they took this. They got that dub. Maybe they take this, but they think it's going to go to 4. So they take an L here. Maybe they take another bullet here if there's a one more 1 minute breaker that comes. And maybe that's also another L. So now you're just on a short bias when we're actually on a bullish market. And this was just a retracement play onto the higher time frame. 9:55 minute breaker confirm. How do you feel about that now? It did confirm. Let me see. It did confirm. So if the 5 minute confirms now to the upside, then we're just looking for this. I'm just looking for that. Either that looks like this, or you know, it can look like this. It doesn't matter, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it to make a low, run that low, take us higher. My objective is still up here, which is the Trump breaker, right? So we're really close to meeting that objective. Anything above that, I don't know what will happen. So I can't say that I can just blindly buy till higher and higher and higher, because this was my very clear draw on liquidity. That's why I've been able to be confident about where I'm going on price. But once that gets taken, I don't know. Anything could happen. It could sweep that and then take us lower, or it could, you know, sweep that and actually invalidate the breaker overall and just fully reverse now onto this becoming a bullish breaker, because it's high, low, lower, low, higher, high. So then we would just create now a daily breaker to the upside, which would take us to all-time highs. All-time highs and beyond, right? Yeah, like way beyond all-time highs. This would take us to like freaking 27K to 34K. So that would be a projection probably for the next year. Or for the rest of the year. All right. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Just looking for my sweepable. Once it comes, I'm taking it. If it's an L, it's a L. That's it. I'll move on. And yeah, I'll get up for the day. Like if it's an L, I'll just get up for the day. My 2 bullets and I'm done. I was telling my wife yesterday that as far as these accounts, like I'm only gonna be trading the accounts on the live stream, and I'm going to be copy trading everything from now on. So I have everything attached now. I used to have it compartmentalized. So I would have some accounts with the YouTube stuff, some accounts with the Discord stuff like that I do for you guys, and then a couple accounts that I just do separately that I always trade individually, because that's how I feel comfortable. But I no longer want to do that. I want to just be able to do everything at once, because my biggest thing is that I just fear that I would do stupid stuff like I did last year, where I just blow everything up for no reason because I just get angry one day, or, you know, I just go into that gambler mindset and I just go F it and I just over leverage and all that stuff. I was scared of that, but I haven't had that for over 4 months now. Where I just don't go in that mindset. Oh, no, that's not true. 2 months ago, I did that for one account. With who was it with? With MFFAU, yeah. And I had blown a funded account, and I talked to 10. No, it wasn't 2 months ago. It was 3 months ago. I talked to Tenny and Brett about it, and they're like, "Bro, why did you do that?" And so we talked about it, and you know, I was like, "Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Like, I just couldn't stop." So that's when I told them, like, "Yo, guys, you know, if y'all ever see me like kind of walling out, just call me out. Like, I post everything on here. Just call me out or ask me, hey, is everything good? Because you're doing stupid stuff right now for no reason." And yeah, ever since I've been good. So I've been able to scale up again on my accounts. I'm copy trading. And I haven't blown anything for a couple months already at all. Not even evals. So yeah, I just told her I'm just ready to do it all at once, because it takes me way more work to do it separately, because I'll do stuff in the morning on YouTube, and then I'll get off, and then I'll do stuff in the afternoon on my own accounts. But then it's like, if I do that, I'm basically wasting the morning opportunities, when I could just be double dipping. I could just be doing morning and afternoon on all accounts, like I talked about earlier, as long as I have the available drawdown, right? As long as I'm willing to give myself those 2 bullets. And that was my problem. I was getting unpredictable results on some accounts, because some accounts I would do all day, and then I would only do the rest of some accounts in the PM. Then I'm getting unpredictable results, and I'm wondering why. Well, it's very obvious why. It's because some days I do something, and some days I don't. So I don't want to keep doing that. I want to go back to just doing it all at once. So what I'm going to do is, for now, I'm just going to stick to the AM for a little bit of time. And then once I get these accounts out of the 2 accounts out of drawdown that I have in drawdown, then at that point I will do AM and PM, and I'll stream all day. But for the PM, I just I won't have a mic. I'll just stream without a mic. All right. Did the 5-minute swing low get formed? No, there's no 5-minute swing low. So there's nothing to do. This is obviously going to get taken here. I mean, I might as well delete this. I can delete that. I can delete that. I can delete that. This did deliver, so I'll just keep it on so I don't forget about it later for the day review. All right, so the Trump breaker got taken. So yeah, today looks like it's going to be a PM session continuation play. At least that's what it seems like to me right now. I'll be right back while this just keeps going up higher. Potentially this would be a sweepable. We'll see. But I'll be right back. All right, I am back. So it looks like that 5-minute sweepable got erased. It's not going to be a 5-minute sweepable anymore. So there's nothing for it. Yeah, we're just flat, sitting on hands. Let me delete this. This doesn't matter anymore. This doesn't matter anymore. That doesn't matter anymore. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Pretty much everything for the day we can get rid of. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know that we're gonna get anything today. The only thing I'm looking for is just for it to form a sweepable, sweep, and then go. But I don't know how far it's gonna go. I don't. I might get off for the day today, honestly. Wait for the NFP tomorrow. I just don't foresee today being clean for the rest of the day. I could be totally wrong about that. Could be leaving some money on the table, but I just don't foresee that. I'm thinking today I'm going to be done for the day. It looks like I'm going to have my first red day in the last few days. Yeah, I'm not going to be sitting here waiting for nothing, Wizzy, I'm going to be honest. $15 did create this breaker, which is good. That's a projection that I can definitely follow. So check, this would be 2 and then 4. What would that line up with? 4 lines up literally with a daily breaker, like literally just above it. So I guess that would be the thing that I'll be following. But how far is that? 17. 100 ticks. We already move 1,000. I mean, it would really have to get going. I guess it's not impossible, but I just don't see anything till like way later. I think what I'll do is I'll get off now. Maybe I'll be back for the PM for that one extra bullet, just one single bullet for the PM, but I'll only take it on bullet 2 of a trade idea. If it's not bullet 2, I just won't take it at all. That's probably what I'll end up doing for the rest of the day. But yeah, I'm not gonna do anything else for now, so I'm gonna end the stream here. For the students, I'll be posting a screenshot if I do decide that I'm gonna get on something. I'll make a post about what I'm watching for once I'm back on to see what's up. But honestly, for me specifically, I don't catch you later. How we go? All right, bro. All right, clutch. I'll send you a message later too. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here for today. Thanks everybody for watching. We ended up 1 art down for the day, which was the, where was it? No problem, Lucian. Which was here. It was this long right here that we took. I took it right here, a little tiny long, and then we got swapped out.